This music's poppin'. Hey, welcome back, 21 Snakes. I was getting my tea. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get on the right tab here. Pause that music. Turn on... Nope. Come on. Turn on game audio. And now we can switch over here. Hey! How's it going? Hope y'all are having a really good weekend so far. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Hello, Internet. I was feeling some Ace Attorney today after I finished a bunch of errands, so yeah, here we are. For once I was like not super tired after doing chores. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get back into this because I really want to pick up where I left off last time. I didn't even get to finish the investigation because I had to go do shit. So I'm excited to get back into this, and I really want to save Maya because we're still very concerned about her safety, and as far as we know right now, she's only safe on a technicality that Man on Guard is technically not guilty as of yet, but now after our investigation, we're pretty sure he actually is guilty, so that's gonna be a moral dilemma. You missed the end of the last stream? I didn't get too much farther. I'm still doing the investigation. So we need to grill Matt on Guard and Adrian Andrews for some information and break their psych locks, which I didn't get to finish doing because I was just like, I really gotta go cut up those vegetables for dinner yesterday. It was a lot of prep work, so that took me quite a bit of time. So yeah, missed too much, so should be all good. I think we're just gonna kind of get into it here. I want to get as far as possible on this because I expect that we're going to be in for a wild ride, given that this is the first time we are not totally sure that our client is actually innocent. What? Like, what? Are we really going to be representing a terrible person? We don't know. So let's find out. Alright. So I made like a little bit of progress on his psych logs, but I didn't finish it. So we're gonna pick right up on that. I was thinking about the part where I got stuck. Yeah, we might be Phoenix wrong. Oh no, we have to change our name. Man, that'd be awkward, right? But yeah, I was doing a little bit of thinking on the last cyclock part of the cyclock thing I got stuck on. But we'll kind of cross that when I get there. So let's do it. Let's do this. Take that. In about 5-10 minutes, I need to like actually pour my tea. It's still steeping. Alright, Matt's secret. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? Told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? It is so many Cyclops. The dude has 5. Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on! I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Because we found this bear with a spy camera in it. Take that. This bear was in Mr. Kurita's room on the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kind of classy, if you know what I mean. Yes, I hear it's quite expensive. Which is why it's very odd that this gadget was found inside the bear. Spy camera. This is a very small video camera. And it was hidden inside this bear's eye. Maybe it's a really curious bear? Bruh. Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere using this transmitter. Which means someone on the night of the murder was secretly filming Mr. Kurita's room. Ooh, there's lock number 1. I guess one had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... It was you! You sneaky bastard. Mr. On guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Phoenix is being a savage? Oh yeah, heck yeah, we're going in on him. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside this bear. Now we show you the receipt. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. On guard. It's from you. It's from when you bought the bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800? This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. Who spends $3,800 on a toothbrush? I'm like still not over this. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory. And it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway. The store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? Nope, not yet. I haven't asked why you set this camera up yet. And what your secret is, of course. Of course it would be strictly confidential. We got our professionalism to worry about here. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... what did we say? I think we pointed to the tabloid first. Adrian Andrews? There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into scandal. Isn't that right? Dude, you could be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer dude, that kind of scandal? That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff. Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Kurita because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you stopped this camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... Okay, so this is where we got stuck last time. So my thought is... thinking about where the camera was positioned, which was it was pointed at the scene of the murder, you probably wanted to watch to make sure that the murder actually got done. So we're gonna try to see if we can catch him on that. Alright, here we go.
Take that!
What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? Ah, but you know he's shady. So that tells me you at least know of him. Why the hell would you know an assassin's name? Ah. If you really didn't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Hey, welcome back, Dr. Lupin. This is it. Finally starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Mad on Guard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're his client, you bastard. You jerk. Setting me up. Kidnapping Maya. Well, being the reason Maya got kidnapped, he probably didn't arrange it himself. The killer is just like, oh, my record of making sure my clients never get caught. Anyway, since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Mad on Guard. Here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Uh-oh. Is he about to change? Turn around and change personalities? I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Is this gonna be like Damon Gant? Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. On Guard? You really did hire— I didn't think you'd actually fess up that quickly. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? What? What the hell does that even mean? I'll pour my tea real quick. What the hell does this even mean? Consult himself? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Him? Excuse me? Holy shit! What the fuck? Why does he have a bunch of claw marks right there? Uh-oh, do we need a new voice for him now? No, we'll do the bro voice, but more sinister. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Mad on Guard. Where the hell did he get that brandy glass from? What? What? What just happened? Alright, Matt's secret. Well done, Mr. Wright. Bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So you are Shelly the Killer's client? The plot thickens! You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
You're lying. What a
Oh, poor Pearls. Why is Pearl still with us? It's like past 10 p.m. Send the little girl to bed. She shouldn't be here. Oh, no. It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Oh, he said the same thing. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
Why? Why did you hide the video camera
And weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins. What? Now come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding this sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why?
Yes, that's where the video camera comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it. Preserved for all time. This dude's fucked up. Is this why the killer is in his house? Was he trying to find the footage? Pretending to be his butler? Because he seemed surprised that the killer was even at his house. With that, I can keep him at bay. I even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? I guess that's a definition for insurance, but I'm a little offended.
Why would you do something so wrong?
'Cause I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. This guy's creepy as fuck.
Why would you kill Mr. Corita?
'Cause he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? Oh, sorry, that's us, my bad, sorry. This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Corita had been able to give it, then Mr. Ungard's secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then, the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Corita ended up dead.
Poor Pearl. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Uh-oh. Sorry, hold on. I just realized that a bot followed the stream at some points. Let me ban him real quick. Alright, there we go. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, man on guard. Uh-oh, Pearls is mad. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. Person who did the killing was that the killer guy, right? Yep, that's what I knew it. I knew it. He wasn't technically lying because he didn't do the deed. All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. And paying for the murder. You killed Mr. Corita. Rather, more correctly, he had him killed. Technicalities. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer, after all, aren't you? Shit, he got us. You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That'd be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya!
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. What does Esquire mean? Esquire. What is he calling me? Title appended to a lawyer's surname. Oh, okay. Well, learn something new. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Once it's something just like that if memory serves. Oh, shit. Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya. Maya, what am I supposed to do? Now you finally found it. I'm guessing this is Edward. Good guess. Good job, me. Starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. March 22nd Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Well, Wright, what are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy?
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's something. Sorry, excuse me. That's something I cannot answer, and that's not something I can answer for you. There we go. One hell of a scenario, yep.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Are we having an existential crisis right here? Midlife crisis, maybe? That's probably the right one. Alright, so Batman on guard, Edgy. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Man on guard. That man is really... Doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense in a trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for all your clients up until now? He got us. Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Francisca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. They make it seem so intense. Yep. Yeah, this game and this whole series is great. I love this. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, you sealed off my path to a perfect win record. I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. We helped Edgeworth. We helped heal him and become a better person. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of the story. So we helped Edgeworth, and now Edgeworth is gonna help us.
Beep, beep, beep. Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Unguard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah? This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Standing in the police department taking this call. Yeah, how is there nobody else here? Like the chief of police who's like right there behind Edgeworth. No one else is concerned about this? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap.
Ah, no!
Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Oh, he's totally still in Man on Guard's house. That was Shu.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Cats will save the day. That's what I'm going with. Cats are gonna help us save Maya. Oh, that sounded like a cat.
Cat?
Can't be. That cat. Can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly, the killer, is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well, then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Woo! I'm gonna go bust Maya. Still gotta talk to Andrews, though. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go get Maya first. Living room! March 22nd, On Guard Mansion living room. Maya!
Please answer us, Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Why is this bear out here?
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. There are lots of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. Bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? He probably stole it from his room. Right. Look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Huh? I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. We picked that up during the case against, when we saved Maya the other time. Anyway, let's go, Edgeworth. Slam! Slam! Crash! There's no one here! From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR? Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, we'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Phoenix Kool-Aid Man's into the kidnapper's room. Yeah, you're right. Phoenix has become the Kool-Aid Man. He's like, oh yeah, and then he just breaks in. Every moment is a moment for Kool-Aid. It's a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape.
If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
It's On Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there.
I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick.
You're pretty good about that. Save Maya, the music's intense. Yep, we gotta save Maya. But we also gotta find stuff till we can try to nail this guy. A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say...
I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this.
Yep, that's what she'd say. Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. Why is pearl a unit of measurement?
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick.
Can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like On Guard taped all of his own shows. Interesting.
There's a little door for Shu in this big door.
I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Hold up, let's look at that bear. Nothing else to it right now. Okay, anything else just to look for? Nope. Alright, let's see if we can... Ooh, we can go in the wine cellar. Nice. Damn Americans using anything except the metric system. That's very fair. We searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. The little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Oh, pearls! Yeah, you're right. We gotta be strong for pearls. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Why is this down here? This looks like a picture of Miss Inpax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Inpax? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Inpax be here in Mr. On Guard's mansion?
Oh shit, were they really having an affair? Why does it say with love? Huh. This might be a clue. Found it on Guard's mansion with love Celeste is written on it.
Huh?
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. And fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. Guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Mystic Maya!
Right. Pearl really should not be here. Yeah, she's super upset. A little awkward that we're bringing her along to everything like this. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. Search the house, and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. I'm still short one last thing. What is that? Oh yeah, we gotta go break her thing. Miss Andrews' psych lock. I could just find out what secret she's holding. I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. Blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. We'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock. Neat, it takes us right there. Good thing we came here first. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me. your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Let's do it! Edgeworth can see your thoughts, good to know. Yep. They're just that close to each other. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. That's gonna be her mentor. Take that! Celeste! There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Apparently they were having an affair because we found something in his house. Take that! This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. On Guard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Unlock successful! Yeah! Full bar! Why frame him? Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Correa didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Gives Adrian a big hug. Yeah, she kind of needs one, don't she?
Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago.
Oh.
She was the happiest woman in the world at that time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together.
So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
Wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible!
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him. Even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was my revenge for Celeste and myself. Does she think that Matt had something to do with Celeste's death, as in either because he toyed with her, or is it could because Matt has clearly hired this assassin? He might have done it before in the past, so he might have, for some reason, had it set up to look like she suicided herself. And then that would also be a really good reason for Juan to destroy the suicide note, because he didn't want it to be written off as a suicide if he knew or found out that Matt had hired an assassin to kill Celeste. That would be some fucked up shit, but I think that's kind of plausible.
I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
See, so that's what happened.
What? Then why did Mr. Corrida have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would have hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and
oh, that's a good reason to take it too. Okay.
so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die.
Damn.
Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid the note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge.
Revenge? There's that word again.
Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course.
And that was at the press conference after the stage show. So after he just wins an award, that's the best time he thought to knock him down?
I know all about it, because I heard it all from Juan.
Ah. I see.
It was so I could find out about all this, that I drew close to Juan to begin with.
Damn.
They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Both of them cared more about going at it with each other than, like, getting, like, anybody else around them. And Celeste just was caught in the middle of it. That sucks. That's terrible. Yeah, that guy just wanted some chaos.
That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all.
Wow, this was a two-way street of really screwed up people.
As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt.
Fair. You know what, girl? Fair. Why is Pearl still here? She didn't be listening to this.
And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
I can't sleep either. Not with my situation or with what I know now. Oof. Oh my god, this trial's gonna be nuts! Yikes forever. Okay. It's trial time, guys. In the last one, the murder was way too nice compared to the other characters, and this one, everyone's just fucked up. Yeah, this one is like... Holy shit, everybody in this case is screwed up. They need therapy. Everyone in this case just needs some damn therapy. What? How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh shit, Judge! What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I think he's having a really weird nightmare. I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove the killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby, number 3. Phoenix is canonically terrified of the judge. Yeah, he has nightmares about the judge. I guess the only person lower than the judge on the totem pole, the very spineless judge, is apparently Phoenix. Beep. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Why did you call me when you're in the same room as me? Ugh! Nobody see this? Those guards? Nobody? Which is weird considering the judge is fucking casino. Yeah, that's pretty weird. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Arrgh.
Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep with slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever.
Maya.
Phoenix.
Knew it! Mia! Mia! Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do? Ultimate moral dilemma, yeah. This case, man.
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But
can't give up. There's still some hope left.
Stop it, please.
There's nothing left. Not here.
Not anywhere. It's that accursed on guard again. Beep. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. Why would you say that to Gumshoe? Why did you check the phone number before you picked up Phoenix? You can't be mean to Gumshoe. He's like a puppy. Like a Labrador. A not very smart puppy. It's a Labrador. Phoenix. You apologize to him. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe! I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. Oh, damn. We're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Till the trial's over, till the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. Got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Stall for time! We're really good at that by bluffing our way out of everything. Have to make the trial last longer? Go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. So Edgeworth is gonna help me nitpick at everything. Alright, I'll take it. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. I rehired him. So proud. Beep. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Oh, it's the power of friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. They're just gonna team up on the judge. No, no, don't end the trial yet repeatedly. Oh my god. This judge is gonna... He's gonna have nightmares about this case. But that's okay, because the judge gave us a nightmare, so it's fine. March 23rd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Alright, Edgeworth. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? Not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. Judge really needs to be caught up on what we learned. Yep. He needs a refresher because he's going a little... He's getting old. Can only assume that's the reason. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? Looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. The person who hired that assassin, his client, so to speak, is mad on guard. What a surprising turn of events! Well, he's not lying, it's true. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So, I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can. At least, until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Oh, right, I forgot we were gonna do him. I don't even remember this dude's voice. Oh boy. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay, I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. What is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. let you know. I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room. Okay, sure. Visit to Matt's room. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. With the killer and the tomato juice. Interesting. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. That's us! We're the guests! Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. One assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? Trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Alright, press everything, because we need to draw this out as much as possible. He went by himself to Matt's room. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Bluff! Bluff all the time! Bluff as much as possible. Well, I'm his mentor. Like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright! What is it? You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer! No one said you were, Mr. Powers? Oh, please, don't trick me! Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. What do you guys think we do all day? Every time? Witness. I'll personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So, you went to the defendant's room, and then? Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was there in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt Ungard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. That's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. This guy's like a dumb grizzly bear? Yeah, but he's a sweet dumb grizzly bear. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Talking with the bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on the tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Why are you asking me? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. Watch the two of them for a while. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt... Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night and I couldn't- oh, sorry, we read that already. My bad. So, who are these guests here? Phoenix! I know we're trying to stop our time, that's a bad question. So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Are we supposed to present something here? After the awards ceremony, we went to go see Matt. What are we trying to do here? Like, what are we actually trying to do right now? Well. Was talking with someone first, I thought it was the bellboy. Should we present the picture of the butler? Let's try it. Let's try out presenting this picture. Present the badge? Yeah, present the badge is our default thing. Alright, let's try presenting the picture of the butler. Objection! Nope. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, and then it's like, nope, we're not. It's not faulty at all. There goes our perfect. He must be on the wrong track. First you thought, why did you think it was the bellboy? Glossy photo of Maya. Photo that Maya pushed on me. Originally from... No. Map of the hotel. Okay, so what happened after the ceremony? Phoenix went to the bathroom, which was down here. So... Will probably also went down the hallway. Still in the nickel samurai costume. But we saw someone else in the costume. But we established that it was a spare costume. What the hell are we trying to prove? I am so confused right now. I'm open to ideas, by the way. I don't know what we're trying to do right here. Well. Yeah, we're trying to bluff. I don't know what we're trying to bluff, though. Like, there's nothing... Everything in his... that sounded very reasonable and possible. Lana's photo, maybe? Dude, what are we even bluffing right now? Just in case, since we're gonna like bluff literally everything right now, we're gonna save real quick. Holy Jeebus! All right. We already established that there's a second costume, but all right, let's do it. Nope, that ain't it. What do we even have to object to? Talking with someone, first out as a bellboy, watched the two of them for a while, and then he gave up and went back. Yeah, that's fine. But Phoenix went to the bathroom, so it was fine. I don't know what they want from us. Remember this incident and Miss Parr's leave. I don't remember him leaving. Wasn't gone for very long. But he gave us this press conference ticket after the award ceremony, right? I mean, that's really all that happened. And then Phoenix went to the bathroom. So, you know. Nope, that ain't it. What do you want me to think about, Judge? I have no idea. Yeah, Phoenix went to the bathroom. How the hell would he know? I'm just refreshing the bar. Waiting for you. We were gonna go watch the thing together, right? I literally have no idea. Nope. Okay. This whole thing is like, what are we doing with our life? Alright. Dr. Lupin, any ideas? You remember anything? Saw to them, Bellboy. Bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Chip. I mean, it is weird that Matt tipped him, but I don't think Wells gonna... Like, it's weird that Matt tipped him, but I don't think Will's gonna know anything about it, you know? Like, he was probably paying for the murder. We already know that. Meta, we know that. In the case, we don't know yet. Wait, wasn't Matt supposed to be napping? Matt was supposed to be napping. Do we have anything that talks about that? No? We already pressed on everything. Hey, Darjeelinking. That's a cat. And somebody... Oh, are you asking if I want boba? Yes, I do. You want to come grab my phone and then you can order some boba? I don't know if anything's open right now. It's like 9 o'clock. His excuse this entire time was that he was napping, so it's weird for him to be talking for that long. For a while. Talk about that. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Alright, alright. Man. Nope. Okay. I don't want to sit through all that, so we're just gonna load it back. Still in the stamina costume, Taco Summon. I watched the two of them for a while. I did the knife last time, so I do the button. Maybe just present on God's profile to ask that? Oh yeah, good point. Nope, that wasn't it. I am thinking. I'm just not thinking very hard, apparently. YOLO. Nope. This is faster than sitting through that. What else could it be? Oh shit. I like totally just screwed up my tabs right now. What else? What else can we try? Furnace room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Thought it was the bellboy. He watched them for a while when when Matt should have been sleeping. Try that. No? Okay. It's faster to not sit through that. The watched him for a while thing is what's bugging me the most out of everything that Will is saying and talking about. Because Matt was supposed to be taking a nap in his room. What do we think? We did this, and we did that, and this. And we did this one. Man. Let's go back and look at the... Okay, so starting from the beginning. After the awards ceremony, he went by himself to Matt's room. Matt was standing in front of the room, still in the nickel samurai costume. That makes sense because he was wearing it and he went to go take a nap. So this statement makes sense. He was talking with someone and he thought it was the bellboy. We already tried presenting Butler's profile, but it doesn't seem like he caught his face, so he wouldn't recognize him. Man, what else? He watched the two of them for a while, but then he gave up because he had guests, and he couldn't make us wait. We were the guests. We should just try pressing him again. Would he give up? Would who give up? We're gonna try pressing everything again. I wanna get a refresher. Alright, so why did he go to the defendant's room? Because he's a mentor. Oh, and then that's when we got accused. You're not the killer, you say? No, please. And then we get in trouble. Okay, so for now... Alright. Wait a minute, when did we come back? Okay. Alright, so Matt's standing there in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that it was Matt? Yeah, because he wasn't wearing the helmet. Okay. And what was the defendant doing? He was talking with someone? First, what do you mean? Didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Actually, Miss Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt... Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Oh, we had to go back and press him multiple times to get information. Oh. That's tricky. That's a new one. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Oh, yeah, that's it. You really know how to do your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. Here we go. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. What tip? So he gave the bellboy a tip? What's so strange about that? Oh, well, you see, That's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The face? That's what face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old gramps. Ahem. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there's a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Ah! He was there, in the guard's house. He was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. That means On Guard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, On Guard would be declared guilty in a blink. Uh-oh, we don't want that. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Nope, we're gonna keep our damn mouth shut because we're trying to drag this out. Huh? What'd you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. Edward is like, I'm on to you. No, let's go back into the tip thing. Tell me about the tip. My penny pincher, how much was it? Oh, boy, and that's when you got a good look at the guy's face. He was really shocked. Tell me about the tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. Giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. Can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. What? A roll of cash? Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Raise an objection, because we're trying to draw this out. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. He's saying that all superstars are super spenders. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. The objections begin! Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Phoenix doesn't get paid. I mean, I would hope at least Will Powers paid him when we defended him. I don't count on Larry paying Phoenix. That one was probably pro bono. And Maya, because Maya doesn't have money. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? I've never been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor. I have here the card Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley, the killer? He is the person the police investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. Here we go, the second time. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Well, don't mess this up for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. Still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we'll see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Interesting pause, Edgy, yep. This is no laughing matter. Mia's mad at us. Second time! Alright, he had to go to the bathroom. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And he saw the bellboy. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. It's still like really weird. Why would he have that? Ugh. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? I mean, Juan Corrida's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Still see it as a zipper? Yeah, it does look like a zipper. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I mean, if he was just bringing me, like, fresh towels, then no. Kinda depends on what place you're at. Actually, I guess they could bring the towels on a tray, too. I don't know. What if he left the tray there? You could leave the tray there. Some places do that. I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room servers. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Yeah, there is if they drop the tray off in your room. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Or sometimes when I get room service when I'm at a hotel, they leave the damn cart there so you have a table to eat on. So that's happened before too. Bellboys can totally leave empty-handed. Edgeworth! You gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Oh, we'll present the wine glass. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, he's sure of it. Hold on. We're gonna press this one too. Just to draw it out. Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. What? Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. Why is that his family thing? I have questions. It's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know. Yes, but he can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. And the bellboy saw it earlier, came out of the room, went to Rita's room. Alright, he thought it was strange for the bellboy to come out empty-handed, but he was just dropping off the tomato juice. Alright, ready guys? Objection! Mr. Powers! Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as he heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Phoenix has a really weird comparison to make, just saying. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is a crime scene? There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. Yeah, it works on Powers. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Yeah, Phoenix isn't wrong. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. Yeah, Phoenix isn't wrong. We ain't totally right either. Yep. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove Mr. Corito was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. Terribly sorry. I'm just with him. Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? Bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed. What? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. What's that matter? Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. Oh, okay, that is kind of weird. That's pretty weird. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped in my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. It is pretty weird. So football is made of leather. Phoenix, stop making weird comparisons! Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man! He received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Somebody stop Nick from being stupid so I don't have to keep reading his lines. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. Judge threw shade on himself. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Excuse me? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. Gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Interesting. So the bellboy, after leaving this crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Alright, their second meeting. Here we go. Bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? Maybe a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Yeah, Phoenix is bullying Powers, it's so sad. Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in, say, sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Gave something a person in the room. I said hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. Should probably ask him only one question at a time. What about the person inside? So who took the something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. On Guard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. On Guard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... What's the thing? No, what's the thing? I want to know. I said hold it. Yeah. Alright, what are we gonna ask? We're gonna ask about the something. What's the thing? He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? I remembered what it was. I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? Well, please. But this implies that this something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize this testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. Bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. He saw it again, he would know for sure. He thinks it was a wooden statue. Okay, what's that mean? A statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. We have a wooden bear.
You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with our testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? We're gonna finish pressing him because we're trying to drag this out, right? Old guy just left without even going to the room. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Unguard's room? He opened the door to the Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right? Yeah, I do. Took Maya away. Went to the bathroom, went back to the seat. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There's this jittery alien with a rig. He saw one to you. He saw the windbag. He was like watching one's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Please.
Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation. Alright. If he saw it again, he could say some sort of wooden statue. We only have one wooden thing in our possession that's not the guitar case. It is this bear. Ready, guys? Objection! What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It's me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. Recall we found this at Manangard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the crime. Sorry. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then, the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Manangard is the killer's client. Oof. We don't want that. Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, this is most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it in court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Ah, I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. Ooh, I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Shit. I don't know, man. Just in case we screw this up a lot. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Do we really know who received the bear? We don't know, do we? Or what is the bear? Now we're gonna ask about the person who received it. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. We can't be sure of... Ah! Uh-oh. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so... I remembered. I remembered he took the bear. I'm sorry, what? What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it! To be fair, we know that Adrian Andrews was also wearing the Nickel Samurai costume. Could have been her. We know it wasn't, but we're gonna bluff the shit out of this and pretend like it might have been. You've gotta be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. F. Sorry, Adrian, huh? Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So, the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Manangard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all clearer. Oh, what am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! I don't have time to act lost. We've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry. Now, I will bring this cross-examination to... Your Honor. Again, Mr. Wright? You've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. No. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There's still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I guess we're gonna ask about what the bear itself, like what the hell is this? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder had occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh yeah, that is kind of weird. Like, how did the bear get there? We don't know. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Very true. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew! Disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it as clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. I have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer! The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard mansion as his butler. What a bold move! Bear Figurine was brought back to Ungard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. What the hell's inside this damn bear? Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion. As well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client, who hired the assassin to commit the murder, was Mr. Matt Ungard. Shit. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. No! Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. See, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I? We don't want to hear the verdict. We have to object. I will now announce my There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor! Right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1. He accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2. That very same figurine was found at Ungard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. Sorry, Adrian. I'm gonna throw you under the bus right now. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client? and therefore the real murderer. Adrian Andrews. Sorry, girl. Take that! Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Got you. Huh. Then the nickel samurai arm that I saw. That could very well have been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? Can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it.
Can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things.
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. They're really mad at us. Order! 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 All distrusted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. What? Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, and even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yikes. Yes, Your Honor. Yikes forever. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court, Defendant's Lobby number 3. Man, I want to punch this guy. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? Why did I ever thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian? You have a very punchable face. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. Really strong power suddenly called her away.
Really strong power? Maya?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
Some gumshoe! Ooh, did you find her?
Beep.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? We figured out where the killer and Maya are? Still not any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. Shit. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? Tent. Huh? Tent?
see a circus tent.
Mia! Yeah! Tag team. Mia can transport back and forth. Nice.
Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away.
Is she at the fucking very big circus? Maya's hella strong. Yeah, apparently her spirit training is paying off. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And?
I
could see a mailbox under the window, just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Huh? Okay, what else? What else, Mia?
I'm sorry. It was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so?
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Beep. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
That is bad. Gumshoe, please hurry.
Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. Just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. It didn't even make us save, so we should save ourselves. Court will now reconvene. We'll save before we, do anything. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Oof, this is a wild ride already. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, would you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
All right.
Why did she... There we go. I just had to stretch. The Bear Figurine. What is this?
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
How does she know this? And also, is the suicide note in there? It's the only thing I can think of that would be in here that Matt really wants that Juan had. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is a superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Looks like there really was something to that bear after all.
Yep, it's pretty decisive. Yep. The Bear Figurine! Elaborate puzzle. Press everything, because we're stalling. Puzzle?
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. Should be people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? Take it apart one piece at a time. Okay. So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting. Boy and his new toy. It's like he was 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what did you find after you take the puzzle apart? Small cavity with room to store something small. And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Excuse me?
Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. I don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
It's a small jewelry box. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
2 of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Figurine updated in the court record, a wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Corita and Andrews know how to open it. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have to come to realize. What? There's one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness.
Yes.
You're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle in the box. Click.
I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note. The damn suicide note. I don't think we need to get at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan, Corita's former manager, Celeste Impax. Till now, no one knew its whereabouts. But just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corita himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan.
Damn.
When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy that note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least, that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it's only appropriate the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, will you please read the contents of the note aloud? Very well. Uh-oh. What are we about to find out? What's the dirty secret? The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Karita, and Ungard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say. Yeesh. There's one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard. Then, what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word! Man Ungard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Celeste's suicide note found inside the figurine, it tells of Ungard's horrible misdeeds. We still spin this? It's Ungard's fault that woman killed herself! And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that! How terrible! What a selfish person! Guess there's a slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too! There's no rumor or doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. But! Hold on, didn't Adrian just say that she was trying to get a hold of the note too because she wants to burn the shit out of it before Juan could use it? So, doesn't that still give Adrian a motive? The only person who needed this note that badly was the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. Actually, I guess if it was Adrian, she would have burned it and not left it at his house. Especially considering what Adrian said about Karita. Yep. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix?
Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. Shit! I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those.
The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry.
We're gonna save because I don't want to do all that again if we screw this up. Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? Adrian was trying to get a hold of the suicide note. But also, she's the only one who would have known it would have been inside the dumb bear, so like... Why the hell would Matt care, you know? Alright, suicide note or figurine. Probably the note. let's go with the note first. We'll see. We'll see how we do. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer! He's still going at it! It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook! I think Your Honor believes that Matt on guard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct! But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Matt on guard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order! 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 You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. Shit. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. What do you mean by that, buddy? I would like to direct the court's attention to this. Uh-oh. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the... I thought that spy camera was in my possession! The man on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. Oh shit, so he's saying Matt probably knew about it because he spies on him all the time. Alright, fair. And? The victim, Juan Kurita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Right. Got it. Order! Order! Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor? You! Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities? Sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was stuffed in the bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Isn't that Gumshoe's thing? Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Ooh. Madame Guard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? Ooh, what am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Matt and Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. Don't have anything to counter that. Hey, what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shh, stop, don't look at him.
The way he's sweating is just so nasty.
Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next, Aunt? What I'm going to do next is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see that good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had a chance. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Am I in trouble? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is the piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? We're gonna present something, I just don't know what yet. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Redworth, this is not like you at all. Your eagerness to prove your point. You've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Shit, I don't know. With love from Celeste. It's gotta be one of the recent things. Something he hasn't had a chance to look at yet. What do we think? He definitely didn't look at the photo. He presented the camera with all the spy stuff on it. Yeah. Alright, so what would the photo do? The photo... Oh shit, hold on, bot. Go away, bots. Oh no, there's a bunch of them. Lord. Oh my god, so many! I'm glad that the follow thing's not picking up. My stream alerts are not picking up the bot follows, but I still need to ban them. Because we don't want them to come in here and cause trouble. Copy pasta this so I can ban them a little faster. Jesus, so many. Dr. Lupin. I don't know if you can see that, but that was a lot of bots. I think I got them all. I hope I got them all. Yeah, it was a lot. Alright, so back to thinking. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so what are we thinking on this? Oh. We didn't examine... Yeah, it's only because it came up in my activity feed for now, but those bots can cause a lot of harm if we leave them alone. So, I needed to ban them before they do anything. Alright. Maybe the suicide note because it's really new. We'll try it. We didn't look at this that carefully. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? Or are we gonna say it's forged? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh, damn. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. That's a very good point. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Yeah, she's the only one who knows how to open it. Miss Andrews! You wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on Guard. I didn't know such thing! Right. You're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake. And show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Ugh. Got him. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. It's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting announces my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. On Guard is guilty. Look at any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Jesus. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe! Beep. Hello? Gumshoe! What's with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? Found his hideout, pal. But 2 of them were already gone. Shit! This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more time. Guilty! 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 We're being booed. Basically being booed by the peanut gallery here. And their screams of guilty. Hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, can't. Has to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceeding. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. We just threw our phone at him. Yeet! Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. You fucking hung up on him! Oh, poor Gumshoe. Oh, you poor boy. Sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Shit! Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Ah, shit, look at that defeated look. Court is now adjourned for the day. No, 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 no. Thanks, Edgeworth. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? To perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. Can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor! Very well. Phew! Crisis averted. 30 minutes is a lot of time, so hopefully that's enough for Gumshoe. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Ew. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. Court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby, number 3. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Beep. Port. Ah! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? He still has our phone. I don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Thought you'd ask, pal. Nice. I've got things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. Damn, dude! I guess he already got fired, so what's he got to lose, you know? What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so, I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Gumshoe, detective instincts. Damn. Nice. That one's bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of a car? I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get in here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Gumshoe! Be safe, don't hurt anyone. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What the fuck was that? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. Oh shit, did he get in a car crash? No one can stop me. Oh my god. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. Guessing his cell phone broke as well. Shit! What was he thinking? I've gotta hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, police will take possession of them. No, can't let that happen. Well, there's a way we can find out where he is. We stand a chance. Why? Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? I don't know. What if we just say there's a way? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Uh-oh. Maya's kidnapper. What about street cams? We don't have access to those, though. But through a camera is the only way I can think of. The only thing I can think of is through a street cam. We're not in the middle of a mock trial here. Guess this won't work, huh? Guess it's up to me. Alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high. I'll try my best. Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. What I'm doing now? I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. Doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. Verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. It's a phone call for you, sir. They said it's extremely urgent. I'm probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Oof! Well, we finally got our to be continued. Yikes forever. Hell yeah, we're gonna save. Alright, so we're gonna go in the courtroom here. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Alright. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Okay, hold on. Before we reconvene the court case, I need to take a little bit of a break. I'm gonna, you know, go to the bathroom and such and such. Why do I have... Oh, somebody was DMing me. Okay, anyway, so we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna run... We'll run a 30-second ad. I'm gonna be gone for more than 30 seconds, so, Actually, can I do a 1-minute ad? Let me see. Yeah, I want that one. Alright, we're gonna run a 1-minute ad. I will be right back. You're not gonna miss anything because I'm gonna BRB. I'll see y'all in a minute or two. Oh no, there's more bots. Alright, I'm gonna deal with them after this. Let me take a break first. Right back. I'm back. Alright, let me get rid of all these damn bots. Okay, what was the last one that I banned? Okay, here we go. Okay. Now I gotta find the bot names, and then we gotta get rid of all of them. Jesus, there's so many! Wow, there are a shit ton of these guys. It's weird that they all have like random words at the end. many bots to get rid of. I have managed to avoid these huge influxes of bots up until now. But suddenly there are so many. And they mess up my activity feed. So if anyone else does anything, I can't see it. Holy shit, how many of these guys are there? Yeah, there's like a ton of them. Okay. I think I got them all. So hopefully we're safe. Whew, that was a lot. Alright. Back to the court case. Yes, Your Honor? Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, is it actually forged? Woo! Holy shit! We've discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. Shit! Was I right when I was just like, hell yeah, like maybe like she didn't actually kill herself and she was just murdered? Oh my god. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? I need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What? Mr. Corrida? Well, well. Looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard. However, Andrews was right about the game between the two of them. Yeah, Jesus, fuck, what the hell? Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. No, he was spying on Corrida the whole fucking time, so he would have known if Corrida made it up, right? I'm gonna throw this back in your face, Edgeworth. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Ungard to not have known it was a fake. Spy camera! Take that, Edgeworth! What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera! Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays! Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? Yeah, Judge. Oh, Judgy. If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ugh. So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Ugh. Got him! Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. Ugh, as I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. Came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What next? The prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth is stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley to kill her to commit murder. What are we uh-ohing? I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on. Who's he gonna call? What the fuck? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's... Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Oh, wait! Shelley the Killer! The fuck? You mean... Killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here! To the witness stand! Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. your name and your, occupation, please. Ah, we're using the transceiver, I see. Okay, I got it. That makes sense now. Alright. Very good, sir. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say! What is going on here? Your Honor. How could you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. It came with a condition. Oh! New transceiver. Interesting. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. That's fucking interesting. Okay. So, this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, I can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelly the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya! Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it does seem like we have too many choices. Doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of the client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is that correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Ha! Now we're the one giving you nightmares, Judge! Shelly the Killer. What's he gonna say? About my client. A little longer. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing's more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Okay. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. He may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Oh, hold on. I just realized something. So Shelly the Killer wants there to be trust between him and his client. But Matt and Guard sure as fuck didn't trust him because he recorded him doing the murder. So that might be why Shelly broke into Matt's house. He was probably looking for the videotape. Yes, Your Honor. On Guard has no trust. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Good. You got it, Mia. Alright. We can hear anything you have to say. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. Alright, nothing more important than trust. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name, so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but it ever did. Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more! Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. But Man on Guard did break his trust, and it sounds like he doesn't know that yet, so ooh, he's in trouble. And that's the only reason why he's on the witness stand. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Oh, he does know. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You! Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, would you care to die? Ha! No, I didn't say anything! Ooh, the judge had better watch himself. Grasp this concept before you give the client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ah, that egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Alright, but the trust was violated because of the bear and the spy cameras, so let's give that a go, shall we? Alright, ready guys? Objection! Damn it! That didn't work. Nope. Okay. Did he say something else about how... Let's save before I screw this up too much. Took us a long time to get here. Maybe the spy camera? Can he elaborate on those rules? He did when we pressed him on it. Like, because we pressed him on it, and then he said... Wondering about something he said. Oh, we're getting more new dialogue. You said your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really? In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. then, I do believe it's about the time I reveal the name of— Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client. Don't you agree? Yes. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. You can't ask it, Mr. Wright. Then I will. Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. Oh, he's lying! You fucker! What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Hey, tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it's Adrian Andrews. What? Oh my god, is the blackmail thing happening? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure that in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Man on guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness! You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is mad on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. How do I feel about that, though? Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But, most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Mutt on guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? The way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I can win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews.
Suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. And that testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. Knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
And that's...
You even have a motive. We know Miss Celeste Impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No! Mr. Wright!
Shit.
You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Man. Moral dilemma. I want to believe in Gumshoe and get him as much time as possible. Let's see if we can continue the trial without, like, hurting ourselves too much.
Phoenix.
I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty.
You are a lawyer.
I know. But Man on Guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than On Guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten On Guard convicted so many times over. I'm like, did I get more bots harass me? No, I don't know. But he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I thought about it until now. I trust him?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But... the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Believe in the bromance! Has a verdict been reached? For that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client part 2. One moment, I'm refilling my tea. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of a crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? Still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. Judge is scared. If you scrutinize the testimony, then... Sorry, excuse me, I'm just gonna, grab a little snack here. I've been, streaming for 3.5 hours and a little hungry. If you scrutinize the testimony, then... And I'll expose the lies in that so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on, anymore. That makes two of us. Alrighty, saying it's Adrian Andrews. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. I'd have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring... Mr. Wright! Yes? You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? Your Honor... Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright! You are hereby declared guilty! Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? No tampering. I know, Oh my god, more bots! Holy shit, there's so many! Alright, let's get rid of the bots. Helps if I smell it right. I have to spell their names right to block them. Holy shit, why are there so many? I wish you could see how many there are, because there are so many to get rid of. Alright, got them all. That's annoying. Okay. I I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. Did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has time to waste their... So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything and to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. Alright, pretending to be the first person to discover the body. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services. Ever! Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Adrian knew that he was dead. From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. What? Knew from the beginning that... Wait, can I read that again? Something to say that Adrian Andrews wouldn't have known. Let me press that again. From the very beginning? That is correct. Or from before the client visited the room, all the clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. If she knew the situation the whole time, then something would have been wrong. Interesting. I don't know. Creation of planning, the knife and the button. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean, why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. Broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? Doesn't he plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. 4th? Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that would be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. I can't overlook his tampering with the scene of the crime. Which one was the weird one? Was it the one where she knew he was already dead? Or was it this one? Let's figure it out. Most clients wouldn't do such a thing. Find an alibi. Knew that the Juan Corrida was dead. Clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. Alright. So Adrian knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. Supposedly, that's what he's saying. Well, then why would she panic and leave her own fucking fingerprints? Right? There's like something really weird about my follower account because of all the bots coming in and screwing it up, and I wonder if that's why the bots are really bad. Anyway, not gonna worry about that right now. That's a later me problem. Alright, let's try... Yeah, she wouldn't have left anything implicating herself. That would be stupid. Alright, let's do this. Objection! Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room... Your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planted, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how to explain this strange phenomenon. Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim. And your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all! How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised! You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. When you wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Quest taking. Alright. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Alright, about a week ago. 1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I do hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop! In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I try to fulfill all the conditions of my client's requests. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Press further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why'd your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there'll be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. Must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. See. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Very important. Testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. Met at a bar. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? I'm gonna say everything's important. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. See, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? Trust his memory. So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. How about delicate balance? Yeah, Neko's raiding with a party of 4! Hey, thanks for the raid. We got hit by a lot of bots today, so that sucked, but hey. At least I was actually able to see the raid. How was I Am Fish? Did you finish? Did you reunite all of your fishy friends? Wait, why is my raid notification, yeah, why are my alerts not on? Oh, you know what? Maybe my alerts broke because of the bots. There's more bots. So many bots. Yeah, I had to get rid of a bunch of bots in my channel too. You didn't finish? Okay, cool. Because I wanted to watch you finish that. A level bugged? That sucks. Anyway, hi Raiders. We're playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I'm talking to an assassin right now through a transmitter. And I have a moral dilemma right now. Because my client is actually guilty. Like, we know he's guilty. But we can't get him a guilty verdict right now because he kidnapped our friend. Like, the assassin literally has our friend right now. Her name is Maya. And if we don't get him a not guilty verdict, our friend is going to die because she's with the assassin. He's starving her right now. And he's already proved that she still has her. So right now, we're trying to, like, prolong the trial so that our detective friend can, like, go find the killer and Maya. So we're trying to stall as long as we can, draw out the trial. And we also, but in doing that, we have to be careful to not get a verdict in either direction for our client. We don't want him to be not guilty, because just bad, that's just bad. I mean, like, he's actually not guilty, but we don't want him to get declared guilty because then our friend dies. So we're trying to do the right thing, but also play it safe. So it's a difficult time. Anyway. Alright. So I'm trying to remember which one of these statements has a hole in it. Alright. Quest for sources on the night of the ceremony. Why on this specific night? Why this specific night? So what suspicions you have? Why'd your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. Bear? Alright, client spoke of it. Yeah, because they knew about the bear would be in the suicide note. Victim brought it with him to the hotel room. It's gonna publicly disclose the contents. Let me think. Yeah, Adrian didn't know that the note was fake, and she wanted to burn the note. Okay, so that makes sense. We're gonna say everything's important. No, that is... Client knew the secret of the Bear Figurine. No, they already established. Okay, so this was not the one. There was one of these statements that Phoenix was really... They were kind of suspicious on, so I'm trying to figure out which one of that was. Night of the ceremony... Was it the bar? Was it this one? Physically met Adrian Andrews. Oh yeah, the hesitation was weird. He meets them on a matter of principle. Looking them in the eye. Saying that client really was Adrian Andrews. So, they met at a bar. Does she not drink? Do we know anything about that? If we say it's not important? Okay, we could try that. Let's give it a go. we're gonna press further, and then we're gonna say it's not important. Wants to establish trust. Not important. Why he meets his client is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. You said him! That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Oh, hell yes! Hell yes! I heard what I think I heard just now. And I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. Alright, ready, guys? Are we ready? Objection! I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat to myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, gotta love that she has an androgynous name, by the way. Worked out perfectly. One look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh! Hey, we broke the transmitter. Oh, order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. He always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Don't worry, we'll get it fixed, yeah, apparently. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is the transmitter sweating? That's so weird. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? It's sweating oil? Yeah, that's pretty darn ew, right? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. That's what I said. Yes, I see. And luckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. Eddie's in my head! It's okay, Eddie can be in Phoenix's head, that's fine. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer! This court demands an explanation. I think I somehow must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just gonna spit out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. Quest taking part 2. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. You just said you don't do requests by mail! I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. You full of shit. The request was for the murder of one Corita, and 2 or 3 small other things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. Bullshit! So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Trust Edgeworth! Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Quest taking part 2! Alright. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words! You're lawyers to behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? No. Other than what he just said. I don't have any proof. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor. That is the nature of right and wrong. Hey! Just say that you don't do that? And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice Nice business opportunities! On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? Judge? Somebody help this poor old man. I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what some commonly refer to as email. Email? Why? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... Alright, 2 or 3 small other things. What is that? 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? No, I want to know more. It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Oh, shit. Well, I don't want him to kill Maya's. Hold on, let me save. Took us a bit to get here. Alright, press further. Let's do it. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Well, could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh. looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? No? Killer sounds like the one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please. If we get stuck, I might have to go back to that one. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at that time. A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Alright, is there a contradiction here? Was she wearing a mask when she received the bear? I mean, yeah, she was definitely... Didn't she not put that on until afterwards, though? Yeah, this is after the murder. And he would have known then that she was trying to frame someone. Yeah, contradiction. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. I was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Ungard. And at that time, he was not wearing his nickel samurai mask. Oh-ho! Order! Order! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness! Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we're not nearly so generous here. I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays. And why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. Judge, please! What? Mr. Attorney? Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. Shit. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know? Hell, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we're on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. Please don't do that. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's thigh. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Alright. Which thing do we want to keep pressing? Let's see. Alright, let's try for the 2 or 3 small other things. He might get mad at us, but it might help tie it to whenever Gumshoe kind of gets here, you know? Let's give it a go. Alright, 2 or 3 other things. And he's like, and what were the other things? Nothing has to do with the case. What should I do? I'm gonna press further. It's for the court to decide. He's like, why are you pressing? No, we're not gonna betray him. We're not trying to backstab anyone. We're gonna try it. We're just gonna try it. That's why we save, because Maya dies and we reset. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. Bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then what did you do next? Handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. Then she would have burned the note already, right? Let's press it first. I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If he gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan, to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? She would have destroyed the bear. She would have destroyed the note. So there is a contradiction. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. Shit! If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Uh-oh. Alright, what should we... Tells of Ungard's horrible misdeeds. She wanted to burn it, though. We need the evidence to be strong. Should we present the suicide note? That might be the best thing. We'll give it a shot. We will give it a try. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine. and she told you to take the bear and wait for her out on Guard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Wherever are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Because she would have opened it, right? Alright, suicide note or bear? Do you guys hear that cat? There's a cat meowing. Chirika, what do you want? Nope? Okay. Take that! Shelly to kill her. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. Ah. Good thought, because it wouldn't exist, yeah. This item... Let's see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Judge, please! Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it, for her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order! 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 So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact the suicide note was still inside the bear, tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, it's impossible for Agent Andrews to be the client. Oh-ho! Oh, order! 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 Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I've mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, no, that's not it. It's enough. That is your only intention, that there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. Hold it! No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ah! What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution. What has come over everyone? Even you are. Prosecution. Rest. Shit! What is going on here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then, even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelly DeKiller's client is... Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Madame Guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Madame Guard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Gumshoe, where are you? Shit. Dude, did this old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you're innocent. Ha! What the fuck are you doing? Holy shit. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On Guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer. Should I side with justice, or should I just save Maya's life?
You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die! If I say he's innocent, Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. If I say he's guilty, or not guilty, either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Madame Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you? I hate this dude. Right. I can't do this. I have to decide something. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Madame Guard, is... I don't want to condemn Adrian Andrews, but what about Maya, you know? Alright. Is there any way that we can, from this decision, that we can keep the trial going? That's the real question, I think. Maya also, she said that, yeah, she doesn't want him to walk free. Damn. If he was declared innocent, yeah, she's gonna be really mad at us. Should we bank on them potentially having found Maya by now? This is a tough decision, guys. Alright, my client is If we say he's guilty, maybe we can get him to testify? Maybe? If we say not guilty, he's just gonna walk away, and this is all gonna be over. But maybe we can get him to testify if we say he's guilty. Let's try it. We're just gonna try it and see what happens. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Madame Guard, your client deserves an answer. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Madame Guard is... Francisca! Oh, never thought I'd be so happy to see you. Francisca von Karma? What are you doing here? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off such scruffy fool.
She tracked him? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh my god, thank you, Francisca. Did you bring them? Final pieces. Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy-ass coat. I'm sure that's what's inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. The final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. Thank God! However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. The rules of evidence law from the bonus case in the last game. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for.
The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Give me more details. Does that pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least with me.
That's the fucking pistol he shot her with. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullets they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. Pistol added to the court record. Small caliber pistol that is thought to have been fired by the killer at Francisca. Just like her dad in the shoulder.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from Engard's mansion. Question for more details. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
Lightfoot speculates that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly Tequila is no ordinary man.
Videotape added to the court record. One of the items retrieved, the killer violently tried to recover it, contents unknown. I bet this is the tape of him killing Juan Corrida. And, more importantly, the killer probably doesn't know that yet. He probably hasn't watched it. He might have just been told to recover it by Matt. And he probably didn't watch it, because that was probably part of the instructions.
The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? I get more details about everything. Was that used during the crime?
I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
What is that?
There's a button missing on this uniform.
Button? A button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue.
Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. Worn by the killer on the night of the murder. One of its special buttons is missing.
That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Shit. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down. Shit! Sorry, I was a little too close to the mic on that one. Alright. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first. Make Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. No, it's not. That's the more reasonable one. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. Not if what I think is on that tape is what is on that tape. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the evidence. All the pieces of the evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. The truth. It may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There were no objections at this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. It's impossible to turn this around in one try. One try, that is all I will permit. Shit, let us save. Let us save! I have to try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I think we need to show the video to Shelly to kill her. I think he needs to see what's on the tape. Let's try it. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. The videotape. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Phew! Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. Knew it! I have absolutely no idea. Oh, this is not gonna be good for Matt. I'm so glad. Alright, let's do it. Actually, you were on this tape. Me? There's a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. Mr. Grizz! That was Adrian Andrews. Quiet and listen, Your Honor. Thanks, Edworth. Yes, sir! Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes! That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Because they don't trust you. Why did Man on Guard film the crime scene? He said he was gonna blackmail him later. The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They, honestly wanted to get his, wanted to blackmail on you. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Ooh, he's fucked. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural... That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. He on guard is fucked! For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Hell yeah! Oh yeah, he's dead. This guy is fucking dead meat. So good. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you, your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item. Beep.
Maya, I'd never see you again. He's dead and Edworth knows it. Oh yeah. Maya's okay, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Whew. We saved her. Alright, she's safe. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Ah! Miss Von Karma, what did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down the verdict. Oh, look at him! He's sweating bullets! Oh, he knows he's fucked. Nice. Mr. On guard. Looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. Before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me! Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We've finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Oh, okay. Alright. So if we plead not guilty, we're doing our job as a defense attorney to, you know, like to prove that our client's not guilty of anything. But then he's gonna get murdered by an assassin, so that's pretty funny. I mean, make him plead guilty, and you know he'll get what he wants and be locked up forever, which is nice too. Ooh, but it does condemn Adrian still, doesn't it? Doesn't it still condemn Adrian if we plead not guilty? Right? Well, I don't really want to condemn Adrian. But, you think it might, but you don't think so? Either way, everyone knows who did it, though. I want to see him get murked by an assassin, then. Alright, let's do it! I would like to see this guy get murdered by an assassin, so we're gonna plead not guilty. Been on for so long, the poor girl, yeah. Alright. Not guilty. Congratulations, Mr. Man on Guard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant mad on guard. Please wait. What's the matter? If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. This first time for you? Never seen this before? I'm... No! Guilty! He just clawed the shit out of his own face! What the fuck? As always, it looks like we've uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much on this. Mr. Redworth, how is Madame Guard doing? I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. He pleaded guilty his own damn self. I'll take it. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about that time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that's of no concern to me. Give her hugs? Yeah, she deserves hugs.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am.
Yeah, he really laid into her.
And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Aw, look at her smile. That's the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there's still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Nice. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off.
You got them a guilty verdict this time.
But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is
he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
the truth. Right. Edgeworth?
I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really?
The pearls!
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mystic Maya's safe! You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick.
Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Must have wolfed down a burger? I'm sure she did.
Ah!
Thanks?
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma?
Uh-oh. What do you want? About earlier, thanks. Ow!
Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you!
Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. She was under so much pressure, poor Pearl. Yeah. And it has been a while. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. Yeah, Von Karma will understand eventually. I fought him in my usual manner, tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. DL6 music. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. I was saved by that person I called my enemy. Couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. Couldn't forgive so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself his defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. Yeah, Francesca's mean to him. And it was in that very moment of clarity that everything began to change.
That foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold. Everything we have. Mutual trust engaged! Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. Claw and scratch for every inch. We will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth?
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
Huh? Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. Aw, Minnie Edgeworth. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma! I don't want to hear some wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone of who all is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
I just got through something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? Return it to the precinct later. Something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
Was she gonna stop whipping us? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. I should keep this, right? Why? I don't know if I want this. Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Yay! One big happy family. Aww.
guard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Twice you nearly avoid death in this game? Yeah, twice.
Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
I don't know if I want that. Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
Maya, that's not how this works, yeah. Relieved you're alright.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Aw, he has feelings. Oh, and she's hungry.
All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick, food! Grab chow, I'm starved. So hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
No? Please? You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick, food!
You realize we don't have money, right? March 28th, 7:38 p.m. Gatewater Hotel lobby. Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting. He looks fucking weird without his coat. We broke. We so broke. Yeah. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. Gumshoe. Looks respectable. You cosplayed him several EXs ago? Yeah, I remember that. Specifically like this? Ah, you're right. Telephone pole. And then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me. I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks?
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't stop being a lot nice at him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
Keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you are the one who saved the day, Detective. Ah, me? Really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout. I sure I took 4 things in total, sir. Excuse me?
What? Why?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There's a 4th item.
Aw, come on, y'all. It's over. Oh, boy, I tell ya. Y'all really are something. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped. Never a dull moment with you, huh? You think so?
Why does she look so happy about that?
Being shut away for 2 whole days? Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. Felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Kamaya's picture.
No. I don't know where it went.
Aw, that's too bad.
Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking up something up. Ha! That's Miss Von Karma's receiver! Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. It's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, probably busted or something, sir. Well, doesn't matter. Afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. And fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait! What? I just want to say... Thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. He had fun, he's learning. Yep, he is learning indeed. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Something to say thanks to Edgeworth. Maybe the card? Or Francisco's whip? What should we show him to thank him? Maybe the whip? You wanna try the whip? Let's do the whip. That'd be kind of funny. Let's do the whip. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
He smiled though.
Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mr. Kamaya?
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right?
Pearls!
You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
I don't have money! We're fucking poor! None of you people pay me! Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Gumshoe. Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyway for $3,000.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's all on your tab and all.
Phoenix gonna need a drink after this.
Ha 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 ha.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so. Nice.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm so happy that you could save Mr. Maya, Nick.
That's it, Mr. Nick.
I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
Pearls! You tiny child. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Oh, nice. Mr. Edworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. Heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I know it. Crashing headlong and everything is the only way to live, pal. I'm glad for you, Gumshoe. I think. Whoop, Detective Gumshoe.
I'm Maggie Bird. I'm retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. I'm bringing smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
I don't remember these people's voices anymore, so it's gonna be a guessing game because it goes really quick and I have to like think on my feet. I'm not that fast thinking at midnight. Oh God, no. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hottie. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped though. Yes, oh. I do not like that guy, he's fucking creepy. Run. Yep, run away. Run, run, run. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie, and to let the world know how serious I plan on making a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, what do you think would be in Zimbabwe would be like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Mo's jokes. Sorry, I flubbed that a little bit. You're going to Zimbabwe. Wow. Okay. I'm ready! I'm ready! There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears! I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor! Mo Curls represent! Got our new actual Alfredo with Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off! Get on with it! Oh, Trilo and Ben. Stop punching Ben, Jesus. What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor retarding on a stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy-Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But, where do I get the feeling? They wouldn't forget about me, would they? Ah, it was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and every man has something pain, heal, burn speaking, burn playing with fire, warehouses, scenery burned down. Oh God, Wendy. Old bag, stop, please, please.
I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
She's so happy.
Is there a bonus case in this game too? That would be nice. Has become difficult for me in this country this of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Well, that's self-destructed. This device will self-destruct after this message, that kind of thing. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures. Gate 12. Why does he have a homepage? I don't know. It's fucking weird, right? Where are you going, Francisca?
How did you know I was here?
What's this? I knew it! Knew it had to be Edgeworth tracking her.
That's...
Heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But he's going into the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things?
Seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. She cares about him? Aww.
Put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you gonna do now?
That's none of your business.
You're running away.
Shut up! You don't understand a thing. Can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca.
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win, no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a great genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Oh, but I got it back for you. Ooh, that was the perfect thing to give him. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen. No, I didn't. Didn't you? I'm gonna say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally my chance to take revenge on you arrived. I could win against that man. I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat. Since this
This girl you left behind would have reason higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You're gonna use her during the trial, right? But you're dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I'd left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. Oh, she's so cute. Look at her sad face.
I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Aw, she's so cute. Not a bad person after all. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again. Battle. Oh, or is this Franziska? Until then, the last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece. So I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Was that supposed to be Franziska? I actually don't know. Maybe. It's fine. Oh, that's the drawing Maya made. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Saving? Hell yeah, we're gonna save. Whoa! That was it! That was the end of game 2. No bonus game. Damn. That was a wild, wild ride. And it is super duper late. It is 1 a.m. over here. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let's go to Twitch and see who's streaming. Wow, I know absolutely nobody on right now. Alright, well, that was super fun. Yeah, it's really late, but dang, that was really cool. And next time we do this, we get to start the 3rd game. That's gonna be an adventure too. I'm excited. I remember nothing about that one. Even less than I have the other 2. And I remembered very little from this one, so yeah. Super duper excited to start the next one. This was pretty intense. We were teetering on the edge of the tightrope every single time. 3rd game still remains one of your favorites. That's really good to know. But yeah. Awesome. Thanks everybody for watching. I know it's late. Appreciate everybody sticking by. Appreciate the raid again from Neo and Echo. And all the people who stopped by, even regardless from whether or not they stuck around. That was really cool. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm gonna I also kind of need to finish up the videos I'm working on, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, on the edge, all the way to the very, very end. But yeah, we might stream something tomorrow, and if we do, it may not necessarily be this game. I might take a little break and stream something else for 1 or 2 days. Sorry, just to let all that sink in. There we go. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But can't think of anything else. I don't know. I hope everyone had fun. I hope you all enjoyed Justice for All as much as I did, even with all the bad voice acting and me forgetting how I voiced everyone because a few days gaps in between. But yeah, yeah. I hope everyone has a great rest of your night, morning, afternoon, day, evening, whatever the case may be, wherever you are in the world. Have a great rest of your day. Wonderful, wonderful weekend. I will see you all next time. If you aren't already following, please do give us a follow so you can see when we go live to continue on the trilogy for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. You can also catch us on, where's the social? You can check out Twitter for announcements of when we're gonna go live. I will try to announce like a little bit before we actually do go live, so you have a little bit more of a heads up. You can check out Twitter. And also old VoDs will start going up on YouTube. Right now there's only 2. I've been slowly downloading them off of Twitch to upload to YouTube so that they are there permanently, and you can always catch up on the old stuff to see how we got up to here. So yeah, that's that. Thanks again everyone for watching. Hope you had fun. Have a wonderful night, and see y'all next time. Bye!